Okay, looks like, are we all set, ready to go? Okay, it's taking just a second for me to get set up, if anyone is here at the moment. What the heck? Here we go. Okay, I'm just trying to get my extra little monitoring PC going. It's taking just a second. Okay, got that. Got this one. Okay, looks like things are going. Just a second. Parker needs some more milk and then I'll really get going. You're good, bud. Okay. Well, I am all set, ready to go now. Parker has his milk and he's ready to do some stuff. Oh, hello there, Groovehagen. So I am officially in my new server on Pebblehost. Looks like that's still using the same amount of stuff. I'm just curious to see how much better this does. Oh yeah, I think that's much more acceptable, right? None of the crazy, horrible chunk loading. It looks like it's actually loading everything just fine. While it's still a good distance out. Okay, well, good morning or good day to you too. I guess it's probably evening for you, right? Yeah, this is so much better. Holy cow. Okay, so the real test, I think I'm going to go ahead and fly back through the nether. And we'll just see if it'll load all the way through the nether. And we'll go pass by the spawn castle. And just see how things do as we go through that. Because I really want to put this new server through its paces. And just go to any problem areas that we've had. And one thing that I also need to work on once this is a little bit better is on expanding out this nether tunnel. As you can see, I've actually expanded it so I could fly all the way to the blaze farm. But right up here, yeah, so it starts getting a little bit iffy right in here, which I might be able to fly just as long as things stay. Oh, yeah. I don't have it quite tall enough yet. Anyway, so we're gonna have to walk for a little bit here through the nether. I know that it's not the best video quality, but once we pop out on the other side it should be a little bit better. I'm just trying to see if, because the big things that I'm worried about with the new server is just making sure that there's no rubber banding. And that I don't have like any ghost blocks, like ones that I break and then they reappear. And just how well it runs around all of those villagers. Some of the stuff should be from that last update, because I'm on the 14.1 now. But some of the stuff should be just the fact that I am on a server as well, and it's not putting as much pressure on my PC. So this is the Pebblehost server that was recommended by believe it was Ductendo, one of the other viewers. And I went ahead and got a 5 gig server because Pebblehost is only 1 gig or $1 per gig, and so I was able to afford a much higher RAM server than I had previously. Anyway, just a little bit longer we'll be able to make it through. Maybe I'll take you guys. Have I shown you the western town at all? Have any of you guys seen the western town? Because that might be a good place to go visit just real fast. Or the tree. The big tree is something that I want to keep on working on as well in the future. Eventually I'm going to try and get this all cleared out as well so I can fly the entire distance. Just because it does not make sense to have to walk like thousands of blocks through the nether. And so it's like I have parts of the server that are back, you know, pre-water update. So I don't want to just leave those parts behind, but I do want to be able to travel back and forth to the new area as well pretty easily. Oh, is this almost here? Okay, I might have started to clear this. Oh, we need to eat something real fast. Make sure we don't waste all our rockets on just trying to eat. Oh, come on. There we go. Okay, now as long as I fly directly straight, I know this is kind of ballsy, but I should be able to make it all the way through, at least this first part. Okay, I believe to right here, and then I need to just get out the other side of this part real fast, and then I should be able to move on. I had a guy text me earlier this morning that owns a ranch. He wants me to go do work, but the last time I worked for him, he paid me like slightly below minimum wage here in Colorado, I think. And because it's just kind of like non-official work, right? So it's not being taxed or anything because it's just on the side. But anyway, no, he paid me like less than minimum wage, and I basically, one of the days I moved to like 4 or 5 tons of sand all on my own with a shovel. So I'm kind of contemplating whether or not I want to go work for this guy again. Because there's a lot of other jobs I could do that would be a lot less hard on my body, that I could actually make more money with. Okay, looks like things are loading up nicely. I'm just gonna hurry and sleep real fast so it's daytime because I've been AFK overnight. But yeah, looks like everything is moving really nicely. Oops. Because this is generally one of the more laggy areas, but it looks like I started gliding right off the bat. Looks like it is loading a little bit slower, but that's not horrible either. Yeah, I'm definitely not getting any rubber banding. Another thing that I'd run into previously was that I would use some rockets and then just hit like an invisible wall right in here, where it went from a relatively unlaggy area. I have 5 gigs of RAM allocated. I don't know if I'm even technically going to be using all of that RAM, but I figured that that would be enough, at least for this kind of thing, for me to fly and be able to have the world generate in a reasonable amount of time as I'm flying. And then of course up here, we'll let everything get loaded in. So this Groovehagen, have I showed you this before? My giant tree? So by doing the trees, I did dark oak this entire way, but I basically just placed dirt underneath and then grew the trees as I went up. It's a wee bit excessive, but what I want to do is I think it would be really fun to put like a village in the top of the tree and then just like cover it over, like actually have Anyway, so I think it would be really fun to put in a, you know, like a village or something, and have like, you know, like a town in the top of a tree. I think that would be interesting. Anyway, so this was kind of a mad project that I never recorded anything on, but yeah, so if you see this, this is actually 4 blocks wide, so it's basically, I just went and grew a couple of trees next to each other over and over and over again, and it is hollow on the inside. It's like if I hop down, is this the down? Yeah. So you can actually travel down through this, and there's a little bit of a mini base on the inside with, what do I have? I think I already harvested most of the extra wood from here. Looks like I have some, but yeah, I'm gonna leave most of that stuff there though. Anyway, that was a fun little project. This is normally an area that it has a hard time loading, so I'm glad that that's working. Now I think I'm gonna go ahead and head over to the main spawn castle. Yeah, that tree was a little bit mental. I don't know what possessed me to do that completely, but just the whole thought of like growing a tree instead of like harvesting all the wood blocks to then make a custom tree, I really thought that was a fun idea to try out. You know, because I placed down just the blocks underneath. If I haven't shown you this, this is one of my friend's bases. So this is his village, which is a pretty good sized Minecraft village. And I'm not going to go too crazy over there, but I built him an AFK fish farm, and he has some of the other stuff here. Oh, the sheep. I don't know if you've seen these sheep, but if you give it a specific name tag, then it'll change colors like that. And then this is his windmill. That is probably the most controversial windmill in my mind, because he decided that his block of choice is going to be some of my iron blocks. And so this thing is like crazy expensive because it's like all iron blocks. So it really looks good, but it is, yeah, it's an expensive build. Anyway. Well, it looks like things are going reasonably well with how fast things are loading in. I mean, this is about comparable to most times when I have my computer just running normal, but it's been a while since my computer is actually able to keep up with this kind of stuff. Anyway, and then of course spawn castle. So I'm hoping that with some of the new fixes this isn't going to be nearly as laggy, and we can spend a little more time here doing things. This is oh, excuse me. Anyway, no, this is one of those places I'd definitely like to have more people to interact with. And I mean, iron golems, holy cow, there's so many of them here. Anyway, so the thing that kind of deters me from messing around with this is this guy, for example. I don't really like those trades. And I'm assuming that that's his lectern. But then at the same time, I don't see him losing his job, which means that this wasn't actually his lectern. And so I have no way of knowing which one he's actually attached to if I want to try and change out his trades. So it just kind of complicates things a little bit. Some of them are easier, like if there's only one kind. But still, holy cow. Why so many iron golems? Have you guys just been chatting it up? Oh, and he's trying to offer them a flower. Look at that. I think I saw one of the other guys with the flower, but it went away pretty quick. Holy cow, guys. You guys are... Well, I guess these guys aren't ever gonna die. I mean, good luck to any hostile mob trying to kill those guys. Oh, and there's even an iron golem up there. Oh boy. Yeah, the quarry, everything is just loading in so nicely. Like even this, like look at how nicely that just loaded in there. I'm just loving this. I think I do need to grab some more rockets, but I don't remember if I have rockets here. Do I have extra redstone? No, I took it all. Oh, you know what? I do want to go... I have some saddles, but I might want to grab some more saddles while I'm here. And I'm just trying to see if there's anything that I'm looking at and it's something that I'd want to grab. 5 gigs of RAM. So I have allocated on my computer. If you look up in the very top right, then it says like 2,000 or 3,000 out of 6144 megabytes. So that's the 6 gigs that I've allocated on my computer to be able to run Minecraft, because I have 16 gigs of RAM, so 6 gigs is plenty. But then I also have a 5 gig server, and so together between the two, then they can run this world okay. Okay, well, let's grab some more rockets. Oh, another thing to check out real fast is the Guardian farm over here. So I am kind of curious to see if I get any better rates with the Guardian farm. I'm going to need that water bucket, however, so that's good that I have that on me. Oh, how much could I pay for? I could pay for... Basically the service that I'm using is $1 per gig. And so technically I could be going higher, but I'm pretty sure that 5 is going to be enough for me. And I don't really want to be spending more than $5 a month on my Minecraft server. I mean, I guess maybe I could go a little bit higher, but it's just not... Oh, get out of my way. I wonder if the rates are going to be any better now. Oh, poop. See, this is why I'm pretty sure I have a guardian out the side of these doors now. Yeah, a couple of them. Okay, so let's try and do this a different way, since that is just not working. Holy cow. They're just flying out. Okay. Did that put that in? That did not put it in the right location. Oh, this is gonna be bad. It looks like they fixed whatever problem there was going on with the rates. And now I'm in a really bad situation. Because now I have a million guardians here to kill me. I mean, luckily I slept back at the fish farm, so I'm... Okay, you know what I'm gonna do instead? Here, get out of my way. These guys are going to be a pain in the butt to get rid of. Man, I wonder if this kinda... Because those rates are drastically better than they were previously. So I'm wondering if I just leave the area and unload those guys. I don't know if this is going to be far enough, but we'll see if it is just to sleep up here. But that might actually be working as an XP farm again. Those rates were drastically different than the last time I was on. So last time I was playing on here, before the update, when I went to the Guardian farm, I was maybe getting 5 or so every minute, and that was like a good 30 or 40. Yeah, I'm gonna go back and kill them if they are still there, but just checking out this on the outside here, this looks like the rates might be fixed again, like they fixed whatever was causing them to suck. Yeah, that is much more like it. Holy cow. So this is... I'm thinking that it might be pretty safe to say that the Guardian farm is working again. It'll give me an ice cream if I kill them in record time. Well, if they're still there, then I'll go ahead and try and kill them all. No, they aren't. So I kind of purposely did that just to be safe. But let's go ahead and test this out, and I'll show you. Okay, now it does look like they are not... Oh, that is just so much better. That's still not amazing, and I need to fix the amount of lava blade, because apparently the change that I made to take down the lava blade took them from one-hit kills again. But this is a much more reasonable rate. Here, I'm gonna go grab a bucket of lava real fast, and we'll see if we can get another lava blade put in real fast, just to kind of damage them down again. Do I have lava over here? It looks like there's some in the very back corner here. Oh, this is... I don't know, this was totally not planned for today. Like, I didn't think I would have a working Guardian farm at all, just because of how screwed over it was before. But if this does work again, then I am just fine using it, because this thing took so long, and it makes it so much more bearable to be in this area if I have a good way to gain XP. And then I have my new area where I now have a good way set up to gain XP, so I can work in either one. Yeah, that's much better. So I don't know if you could see, but it was actually killing them just from entity cramming. So it's also up to the point where I'm getting them fast enough that they'll, within just a short amount of time like that, they'll start dying on their own. Oh boy, okay. So let's go ahead and take a look at the outside here a little bit then. Yeah, so if you notice, I previously had the lava blocks all the way up here, but then because of however it changed, then I had to change that lava blade. So all I need to do is go ahead and basically put my bucket of lava here again. Oh boy, I didn't realize that this was gonna be all... Okay. Okay, well that's okay if I turn that. Just as long as I get this all fixed. Okay, does that get rid of the water? Yep. Okay. Parker just locked himself into the... Okay, just a second. I'm just trying to think of how to now put this in here. Because I just need to put a bucket of lava over there without having the water get in. Now if I do that, that doesn't quite hit all the way over there. I keep that piece of glass on me, so let's see if I can just hit this one little area over here. Maybe a little bit more lava. See, it looks like it's gonna kill some of them. Oh no, it didn't. Okay. I don't know. So maybe I'll fix that a little later off screen, but just to kind of remind myself where the proper placement of everything is. Oh, that is so much better. Holy cow, I was so sad when this thing was broken. Because it was just like all the time that I spent building that, and then to just have it be worthless. Because that's where it ended up at. Like, it ended up basically being worthless for a little while there. Oh, man, that is a relief. Let me hurry and go get Parker out of his bedroom because he locked his, or he closed his door on himself, so let me check on him fast. What the heck? Okay. Well, I am back. It looks like I still need to work through a few things. Because, I mean, it's still taking a minute to get everything mended. So I think it is actually a tiny bit slower, but this isn't bad either. Like, this is still usable. So now, is that because of the update or because of the server? Because it might have just been before because my game was having a hard time handling the ticks. And so it possibly could have been the fact that the game wasn't wanting to handle the ticks correctly that was affecting things, but I don't know, I'm just not sure what to attribute to the things that I'm experiencing, right? Anyway, maybe I'll hurry and just get my gear back up to full health real fast. And then I'll go ahead and hop on back over and we'll go do some exploring. So one of the things that I want to go find exploring is one of the illager outposts. Okay, and we'll be making hopefully a specific type of little area there. So if I can find an illager outpost that's near a village, then what happens is there's a bannered illager that will basically there's a bannered one that if you kill it, then it will activate a bad omen effect, which will stay on you until you enter a village. And the next village that you enter, that will trigger a raid. If I can talk right. Anyway, and the raid, if you then defeat all of the hostile illagers, whatever, it will then give you a hero of the village effect, which means that villagers will give you gifts. And there's a way that you can use that and kind of manipulate the entire system to be able to have raids going on so that you can get gifted stuff like clay from masons, or I don't know, some previously non-farmable blocks are now things that you can get due to this hero of the village effect. And I don't know if I'll be making a farm based on some of that stuff, but I definitely think it's worth it just playing around and, you know, like maybe making a little bit more of like an actual village that we can protect. Because currently, like, as much as I like the castle, it would take me finding an illager outpost like 20,000 blocks out and then going all the way back without seeing any other villagers to be able to activate a raid back in the spawn. So it's doable. I don't know if it's going to happen though. Right? So as much as I'd like to see that castle actually work as a defensible fortress, just with the mechanics that raids actually work on, then it's going to complicate things a bit. So looks like we are almost there. There we go. Oops. Okay. Well, that is really good. I am happy that that is fixed, because that is such a relief. $20,000? Oh yeah. Yeah, you mean 20,000 blocks away? Fix the bow. So the bow does not have mending on it, because you can only put infinity or mending. They're exclusive. You can't put them on the same item. Although, you know what? That is worth a look, just to make sure that that still works, because they made the other enchantments not exclusive. Here, let's see if maybe, just maybe, it will let me put mending on a bow with infinity. No. Yeah, so they're still exclusive. Anyway, but what I do with the bow is I just have like a bunch of extras, and I actually moved out a bunch of them, but I can make more bows with stuff that I have in here. So for example, flame and breaking 3, power 5, punch 2, and infinity. So let's say I do power 5, this one has power 4, flame, so I need let's see, infinity, punch 2. Here, so if we do one of those, then we can get rid of one of these. So get rid of this one, and then I just need infinity. And what happens is if I go ahead and put infinity on a bow, so if I do this, for example, and then I add this one, even though it has mending, it's going to get rid of mending, but give me basically that perfect bow. And then I just use, depending on how many levels it needs, just a new bow, just to get it all the way back up to full health. Although technically I could wait with as much time as that has, but yeah, so you can do that. Now I have a good bow, but it is pretty easy to make a perfect bow once you have a good store like this of old enchanted bows. Anyway. Okay, well, I'm definitely... I don't know, I have a few more things that I want to do, but I do think that we'll be coming back to this area again soon. Like, I'm not gonna just abandon this area, right? But I do have some other new things from the update that I want to work on before I come back to just building there. So... have I actually showed you the western town, Groovehagen, or no? Or maybe I'll give you a second to respond, because if you want to see the western town, but I may have showed it to you, I'm just not sure. I'm thinking that maybe I have. You know what, I probably did, now that I'm thinking about it a little bit more. So let's just head on back. I'm gonna need to go ahead and fix some of this to get it all going good. Oh, this is so nice though, like having the nether just load so nicely. Oh poop. I need to go ahead and fly back around and land up here. The rockets is just paper and gunpowder. So if you do paper, one piece of gunpowder, then it will give you a duration 1, and so the duration just goes up with the amount of gunpowder to paper ratio. So I do flight duration 3, they're the best rockets basically, and it's just 3 pieces of gunpowder to 1 paper. Oh, come on. Anyway, I really need to be more careful than just flying through a single wide tunnel, but it just makes things so much faster when you do that though. Especially because of the distance that I need to go. You know what, while we're doing this, I'm just gonna go ahead and start knocking out a little bit higher pathway here. We're gonna do it while moving, but if I do this the next few times that I go through here, then eventually it will be a good amount. Although I do have to be careful with this kind of crap. Is that actually going down or no? There we go. Oh, that's because it's still there. Okay. I'm gonna be careful not to die here. But now that lava should be gone, so we're okay to keep on going. Yeah, so back in the big pyramid, I have a few, like, it's almost the same design as the bamboo farm, except it is a little bit more like loss-based. But I have sugarcane farms, so I have like, I don't know how many double chests of sugarcane. I think it's close to like 72 plus, something like that. Like probably, I'd be safer guessing probably around 78 to 80 double chests of sugarcane. So it's not like I'm gonna run out of sugarcane anytime soon, just using it to make paper and rockets. So, and then the gunpowder, of course, I have that big mob farm, the big mob dropper, so I don't really have to worry about that being a limited resource either. So the one nice thing about netherrack is this is not really slowing down my walking speed at all, doing all this mining as I go. So I don't feel like I'm really wasting time by doing some of this mining as I go, you know. I do need to make a proper motorway in the nether. That's part of why I'm doing this. Another thing that might be helpful is just to kind of make a different tunnel going off in a slightly different direction. Oh, where is that? So I have this tunnel, but the more that I think about it, the more that I might be able to link up somewhere. To a slightly different area past the western town. Or maybe, if you're okay with me working in the nether, I could maybe look at some stuff while I'm thinking about it. But if this is not good lighting for you, then I'll probably just wait to work on some stuff. Work here? Okay. Okay, well this is a straightaway, and here I need pencil. Okay, I believe that I'm almost to the blaze farm at this point. Oh shoot, that's what that was for. Oops. You just want to see me die again, eh, Groovehagen? You know how bad I am in the nether. I'm just joking. Okay, well, I'm just gonna start working my way back. I do really need to fix the nether. Eventually, so I don't know. I'll show you a little bit more once I get a little further along. Oh boy. Looks like Parker's reorganizing some of the drawers for me. It is your plan, haha. Oops. Ah! So what I think would be fun is making like a proper, like large tunnel through the nether that's all lit up and spawn proofed and everything. So I could really get going. The thing is... Yeah, well, I'm not going to leave that stuff behind, so I do want to be able to move in between locations easier. And so it might be time just for a big nether tunnel project. Also professionally done. And then the nether is bad, yeah. Okay, well, let's do it then. Maybe I should change the... Oh no. Must be a pretty great designer then there, Groovehagen. I'm just kidding. Okay, well, let's... I might use this track that I'm mining out currently. I might not then. Because the thing is I do have... I have a different design that I had started that I think you'd kind of seen with the tunnels. And that would be a little bit easier for me to work from some stuff like that. So let's just see where everything is. And maybe it is time to just get all kinds of resources and just go crazy on making an awesome looking nether tunnel. If I do that, I might... What would be a good kind of design then? Because I'm going to need a block palette that is lighter, but that would also withstand a ghast. And so that's why I had stone bricks just lit up with sea lanterns before. And I guess maybe I could continue that, but if I did want to do like an actual like cool design... Oh, Parker. Then I actually need to think on how to do some of that other stuff. Anyway, what I'm thinking though is that I might be able to just avoid even using this part of the nether. Like all of these nether portals in this one wide track. It just might not even be necessary after certain points. Let's go ahead and just look a little bit more. Oh, what would be a good block palette? Because I could build a very large stone tube and then just layer the inside with non-destructible materials. I mean, gas are only going to shoot at what's visible. So technically I could build with other stones just as long as it's not transparent so the... or it just doesn't give the gas to line of sight. Honestly, at this point, if we make it a flying tunnel, we could make it super trippy too, like... Make it like you're flying through a different kind of tunnel. So this design is something that I could incorporate. The whole stone brick design. But the one thing I would do with this, oh, there's a blaze there, is maybe make it a little bit larger. Because even at this size, like taking some of those corners, I have to be very careful. Okay, let's see. So this actually does kind of go off in the negative direction. It's just then... the same level too? I'm actually one higher here, and I'm pretty sure that this is just open over another fortress. Here, we'll sacrifice the bucket. So this tunnel goes in the right direction, but at the same time it's, I don't know, because the coordinates that I'd need to get to are -2000 by -1000. So maybe instead what I do, because I don't really feel like making a new tunnel, and I have a farm that's over on my right here. That's the whole wither skeleton farm. So maybe while I'm thinking of this, what we do is we just go ahead and just tunnel through this wall here in line with this part, because this would be a lot easier to continue. And if I go this way, I should eventually hit the I should eventually hit that other tunnel. Let's just gather up all this extra stone brick stuff. And I'm gonna need to start filling up some shulkers with extra random stuff as well. Let's grab this. So the whole idea then would be, if I continue at least the stone bricks for the time being. I don't know, do you like the whole stone brick look, or do you think it's better that I do a different look? Because that's another thing, is I'm totally flexible to do like any kind of block at this moment. Because I know that I've committed quite a bit of stone brick into what I've built previously. But it doesn't have to be stone brick for the new tunnel. We could always change up tunnel designs. Another episode or two. Okay. Yeah, so do you have any block ideas that you can think of there, Groovhagen? I mean, I do have one idea. And that would be, you have never seen another project on Minecraft. Oh, we could do some really trippy stuff in the nether. So one of the fun things about the nether is that you get this red tinge of lighting, even in good areas, and so what you have to do is you have to have builds that are very, very lit. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Where in the heck is that lava coming from? And I wish I could turn up my brightness a little more for you, but I'm actually at my maximum brightness already. Well, let's just do this for a moment. Okay, you don't really know what type of blocks. Oh, is your show done? Do you want it again, or do you want to go find a different show? Or you just want to mess with my headset now? He thinks it's a really fun game to try and grab the foam off of the end of my microphone on my headset. and it can be really frustrating when I'm gaming or recording or anything. Really? Well, that's good that you're seeing better. I know that for me it makes a huge difference on lag. So if it's better for you, then that's really good. Yeah, I definitely have no complaints about the new server. The old one, Melon Cube, I don't know, I liked Melon Cube, but at the same time, it was just so much more expensive than this one is. And this one also came with the Discord support. It's like when I had a question about setting up the world, I was able to just ask someone on Discord. Which Melon Cube did not have either. Melon Cube, you had to actually call and talk to someone. I thought it was this app. Oh no, honestly it's probably just my video quality. I'm not quite as rich as PewDiePie, so I don't know, I can't afford a Brad of my own. Or the expensive equipment. I don't even have a gaming chair. Like my computer is the newest thing that I own. The chair that I'm sitting on was a throwaway from one of the computer labs at my library. And like they threw away all the ones that had wheels that weren't working. The thing that I didn't realize though is that you could just pull off the wheels and replace them with other wheels. And so even though some of the wheels were bad, I just found one of the chairs, pulled off wheels off of a different chair, and got to where it had all 5 wheels working. That is the chair that I am sitting on that I've used for years now. Amazingly enough, is my gaming chair, and it's literally just an old college computer lab reject. Okay. Oh, we broke through. Looks like it's time to grab out this again. Oh, poop. I don't want that. Oh, and I still have stuff in at least that yellow one. I didn't realize that. Okay, let's just go pick all this up and we'll do it in little chunks. Oh, that's awesome. I'm glad that that was the $5 fix to some of the issues that I was having with my video. With my quality. Okay, here we go. So I'm just gonna go back and forth down this and just mine out the top here. And we'll just get it all nice and even by doing that. I don't have any lava hanging out, so we're good that way. Yeah, definitely worth the $5. I mean, there are other things that I could have done that were a little more expensive, and that's why I settled on just a new server. Should I just run full speed to the end and then... How far is it? You know what, I should probably, when I get there, just put down a couple of netherrack blocks just to stop me, so when I run in a straight line I don't go too far. Oh no, 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 no. Holy cow, you miserable piece of lava. Is that it? There we go. I'm glad that that was just the server. So I'm just trying to brainstorm some of these new ideas for the block choices that we could do. One thing that I've thought would be fun is like a spiral, but the spiral might be a little bit on the difficult end to do. Unless I do it, well, we'll have to look at it. I would have to have a circular shaped thing though. But instead maybe what I could do is just do rings that go along and just kind of mark like certain intervals, you know, like every 16 blocks or something. I could easily figure that out just by turning on chunk borders here in the nether, and that would be a really simple thing I could do. Maybe that would be a good idea, just have like a strip of some green concrete or something, use up all that extra green dye that we have. Oh no. Iron blocks like the windmill? If I know you're joking, but if I wanted to do that, I would have to have multiple large iron farms going. And even then I'd probably have to AFK out them a few days at least just to even get close to enough iron. Like I'm talking like 600 villagers plus, like. Oh no, I misjudged it. Get up there. Oh my. Iron blocks like the windmill. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I think that's probably one of my best bets, so if I go collect some of the desert and sand, I'm pretty sure I have a decent amount of gravel stored up from my mining just in the new area, so I think concrete is one of the things I could do. And if I do concrete and stone bricks, then that's green and orange or photographic match. So by orange, do you mean the like the orangey tint that's in the nether, or using orange as well for a dye? Because actually orange would be another one of the dyes that I could get reasonably easy. Just because I have all kinds of poppies and dandelions that I can get. Yeah, have I showed you the flower farm? I don't know if I have showed you the flower farm. Is that yes on the tint of the nether, or yes on the fact that I need to do some stuff? The orange nether color with the green, okay. Thank you for explaining that. Oh boy. Parker's making some messes, but he's not actually breaking anything, and it's the DVDs which are easy enough to pick up, so I think I might just let him do that for a little bit here. So at least it's not being overly destructive or anything. Okay, well we can stop by there in a little bit and I'll show you that, because it's another one of those tiny little easy farms to build that work great and just produce all kinds of awesome stuff. Maybe after this little section, then we'll go grab some of that and we can start playing around with block colors. So yeah, the world like that big mob dropper that I built, Honestly, a lot of big projects and stuff, they open up a ton once you have a mob dropper, just because of all the uses that you can have for all the different... Here, just one second. All the uses that you can have for all the different mob drops. Because, I mean, the witches, just in general, their stuff is useful. Gunpowder's always useful. Rotten flesh is dependable. Like, if you are going to be trading with clerics, or another good use of it is that's what I use to heal my dogs instead of like other meats, just because rotten flesh is so much more abundant. I don't think that actually got the lava. There we go. Oh, you've never used dye? So one of the things that you can do, like, do you remember from Cloud City there's that giant pixel art that I did under the water of the Aztec guy? I don't know, it might be stretching back a little bit far on a tour that included a lot of stuff, but I don't know, if you remember that, they introduced, it was sometime before the water update, a concrete block. And concrete, oh boy. Oh, Parker, no, 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 no. Hey, no. Hey, oh, you just have so much energies and you want to do something? This last week, for whatever reason, Parker's been on like acting like he has more energy than he used to, which, I mean, that's kind of crazy thing to say with little kids because they have like infinite energy, but it just seems like a little more than normal, at least in the mornings. Like the evening's been pretty much the same, right? But it just seems like he wants to be so busy in the mornings anymore. And he used to be a little more okay with just kind of chilling for a little bit for me. You changed yours to decaffeinated? I don't know, maybe it's the chocolate milk. So anyway, they added in concrete, and concrete in of itself is kind of, I don't know, like not difficult to use, but it is kind of like difficult to obtain just because you gotta get it wet with water. And so if I do concrete, I'm gonna have to maybe set up another little farm just to help me mine the concrete out. I don't know, I've seen people do different things. I have some methods that don't require any kind of redstone, and it's just some good old-fashioned elbow grease. So I might do that, but anyway, let's go ahead, and I think we're probably getting somewhat close to the end of this little tunnel here. We're going to be doing this for such a long time, just trying to clear this out to where it's a large opening, that it's going to definitely need some breaks. Oh, there we go. Okay, I'm just gonna go put that stuff back in the... Okay, here, just a second. Hey, no. Stay off of that. Okay, looks like we lost a viewer maybe. I am back now though. Yeah, that's an unexpected diaper change, but okay, let's just grab all these. Looks like we can go repair the pickaxe again too. Oh, there we go. I do have everything. Okay, and I'm actually going to want to take this tunnel. Oh, we actually made it I mean, that's a couple of rockets worth. That's a decent distance. Oh, hey, look at that. Guess what? Okay, well, good thing the farm works again for repair. Yep, definitely. And guess what? I'm gonna go ahead and try opening up that treasure chest. So it says that they'll distribute in 30 seconds, which means that you should be able to hopefully collect some stuff, like anyone that's watching the stream, which I'm pretty sure is mainly you. Oh, it shows it on the stream. Interesting. Okay, now was this a thunderstorm as well? Okay, I don't know which one it's in. Might be this one. Let's go do something interesting. Luckiest followers. You better click on it, Groovehagen, and you can be the luckiest follower. I'm giving you something back here, it looks like. Okay, here we go. So we have a thunderstorm, right? Now watch this. I just made a charged creeper right there, and he should be about 20 times more destructive than your average creeper, which means I want to start getting out of here a little ways. Because I just made a couple of them. So when it thunderstorms like this, I actually have a thing set up to capture some of these charged creepers. But for the moment, let's just see if we can get one of them to explode. I don't know if they'll explode just by me shooting at them, but I made a couple there so we can try them out. Oh, if I can hit anything, holy cow. Oh, it's asking a little too much to get that guy to explode this close to my base, though. Anyway, so next time we get... Oh, what did that hit? Did that just turn a zombie into, or a pig into a zombie pigman? Wait, can that do that? I am not sure. Is that what that looked like to you? Oh, a charged creeper. Okay. So the green little guys, the creepers, when they get hit by a lightning bolt, it turns them into a charged creeper, which makes them much more powerful, much more destructive. Did you ever open up the chest there, Groovehagen? I don't know if you did manage to get anything out of there. Anyway. Here, let's just sleep. It should make it much more destructive. We might be able to lure one over. Oh, cool. So it actually gave you something then? Oh, nice. Yeah, so I don't know how I don't know how that does anything for me besides allowing me to give back to people that contribute to the stream. So that might be the new way, though, that it allows you to gain Lino by watching streams. I don't know all the ins and outs, though, of all this, so... Okay, let me see if I have... Do I not have a couple of bits of stone? Oh, thank you for the ice cream. Thank you, thank you. That's kind of funny that they changed it from what it was, but I don't know, it's not exactly a bad idea either. And it looks like the more that we save up, the more that it's going to do for you there. Did the creeper... Oh, it looks like the creeper disappeared. Okay, well if that happens again, just to get a charged creeper here... How much money is a limb? Do you mean the limo? Or just Lino in general? So Lino, if I remember the conversion right, it's about 1.4 cents American. Like US dollar. So when you donate 10 like that, then it's about 14 cents from me, I believe. Right? Yeah. Anyway, but every little bit helps, right? So... And plus I wasn't exactly doing this for the money. Like, I wasn't really planning on making any money off of this for a long time if it ever does happen. Anyway, so this is a flower farm, okay? So as you notice, there's an open space here. It's all the way up against the pistons here. All that it does is it toggles one side off and the other one on and pushes all the dirt back and forth. And then all you need is a little bit of bone meal, which it looks like I forgot to bring with me, but I have a little bit here so I can at least show you. So then all you do is you stand here and you just bone mill, and it just moves the grass for you, which breaks all of the blocks, and then you can just collect everything. And you get the flowers depending on biome. It's like this, for example, cornflowers. I hadn't had any before, but it looks like I can grow them, which is good. Then the oxeye daisy, dandelions. I'm mostly after dandelions because I have all kinds of poppies from my iron farm. But yeah, it's just this little simple system. This is just a little tiny hopper clock with just one item in it, so it just goes back and forth and just sends it over and over. I actually use a similar system for my cocoa bean farm, and that's not, well, that's a bit of modified redstone. So there was a mumbo jumbo mob dropper design, and he used that clock to change which side would be dropping water. And so I basically just took his design and modified it. Okay, we have plenty of dandelions already, it looks like. Anyway, so yeah, I just modified his design, so it's kind of original because it's not a straight still of his design, but I did mostly base it on his design. Anyway, yeah, 1.4 cents. So this, let's just go ahead and put it back. Maybe I'll just toss this in the random box, and I'm just gonna put stuff away real fast. And we're gonna grab I'm just trying to think of if there's any specific dyes that I want to be using. How about we just grab some stuff of everything though? I'm just going to grab some more bone meal, and we'll just get a ton of flowers, and then we'll have more than what we need to use. So I can also get blue dye by or light blue by the orchid, which that only grows in swamps, and so I actually have an orchid farm back at the spawn area, the spawn swamp there. Yeah, I'm gonna use some green dye from the new area, but I think I'm gonna pick up some of these other dyes. And the other thing is these flowers also have new uses as far as the suspicious stew. And so I kind of want to try making some suspicious stew for food source, but I didn't have a lot of flowers. And so I think while I'm here at the farm where I've already got everything set up, I might as well collect some of these flowers. So I will be using primarily the green dye though, don't worry. Wow, this is running awesome. Like, it's starting to take a little dip in the FPS, I think. Yeah, so I'm down to 15, but that's only because of how many entities and the fact that I have the floor moving non-stop beneath me. But even then, this is still totally bearable, right? To like be able to move across here and stuff. How interesting. What is it back up to now that I've picked this stuff up? 53? Yeah, so as long as I keep the items picked up, then I get way good frames. Oh, this is also a great way to get wheat seeds, although I have many other farms, so I'm not in huge need of wheat seeds either. Anyway though, so that's the simple idea of a flower farm there. Yeah, it was, you may not have noticed, but I did get down to 15 frames a second. So it was starting to pull things down, but as soon as I picked up the flowers, then it basically went away. So I'm in a really good situation with that overall, it looks like. Let's hurry and grab... I'm gonna grab one of these shulkers of poppies. And another shulker out of here. And we'll just get some flowers set up in one of these. I'm going to take all but the smaller of the stacks. Now honestly, these poppies, I don't need to worry about keeping the poppies too much. Just because there's a full shulker on me of poppies. So let's just dump those off, yeah. And we can put them back here. Okay, and then in the chest we can put these, and this will be a couple of shulkers of poppies and stuff. As far as netherrack is concerned, I'm pretty sure... yeah, I've already got a pretty decent store of nether bricks. So I'm not too concerned about leaving anything here, so we'll dump it over at the new area. And I also have way better furnace systems at the new area for all of that. Eggs, apples... This is the amount of trees that I've cut down. Like the majority of these apples were actually harvested. Which gives you another little idea there at some of the crazy things that I've been doing. Let's grab some more of these, and maybe I'll just show you the whole suspicious thing, the suspicious stew thing real quick. So if you craft mushrooms with soup bowls, can dump that off. And then what's one that we want to try? Here, let me look at that real quick on Minecraft Wiki. Because I want to use a suspicious stew that has a flower in it that would be helpful. Suspicious stew. Any flour, and cornflower's jump boost. This one is fire resistant. So allium would be a good one to get. Where do you get allium at? Only in the flower forest. Oh dang, that would be an awesome one for having in the nether. But it looks like I need to find a flower forest to do anything there. Blue orchid is saturation, dandelion is saturation, so I think let's just go ahead and do some dandelions. And blue orchids are gonna give me basically equivalent suspicious stews. And so basically, it's mushroom stew, and then you just add in the flowers. Oh, and they all have to be on their own? Oh dang, I was hoping that those stews could double stack, but apparently not, so... Never mind, I was thinking about using that as a food source, but it actually might not work out the best if I have to have it individually. So I'll go ahead and keep what I have there, but... yeah, because if I go ahead and eat this, then basically it should give me more saturation so that I don't get hungry as soon afterwards. That's also going to take up some inventory slots. So what do I do with that? And I guess I'll just have those 2 extra bowls on me and we'll call it good for the moment. Okay. Now getting back to serious things, sea lanterns. I'm gonna hurry and refill my fireworks and sea lanterns while I'm here before I forget. Just because I've been using up a good amount of those. Looks like I'm pretty much gonna... Yeah, I have a couple left over. I'll have to make some more the next time I'm here. Okay, let's go on now. Okay, so I'm just gonna go repair my pick real fast. Since that guardian farm is working awesome now. And then we'll go ahead and head back into the nether to keep on moving on with some of the stuff there. I try and not waste my trips back and forth, you know, so I try and grab a little bit of something while I can. So, what do I have in here? Looks like okay, yeah, those are all the extra bows up there, so I have plenty of stuff here. And I'm pretty sure I have a lot of stuff here. One of the things that I can do is the whole idea of cooking a food item. I can do just gigantic amounts of fish because I have all kinds of fish, not only from the Guardian farm but as well from my AFK fish farm, and so I might need to do that as well as do some of that fish cooking, because that's going to give me a good amount of experience and go faster because of that new smoke or whatever. Holy cow. Oh, Parker, what are you doing, bud? And I don't know why, but he just decided that he wants to play in the drawers of the coffee table again. And he literally had not been into those for probably a couple of months. Like, he'd gotten all the stuff out, seen what was in there, and kind of got tired of it. Oh, the suspicious stew, are you asking what does that do? I'm sorry that I missed that. Yeah, so there's certain suspicious stews, like, it looks like the allium gives you fire resistance, cornflower gives you jump boost. The ones that I tried making just barely help out with saturation, which is how long it takes you to get hungry again. I'm fairly certain. Anyway, because I run around like a madman, then I'm still using it up pretty quickly, but... So if you notice as well right here, I'm trying to switch back over to my extra pick just to mend both of them. So I have the one in my offhand, so that will be out all the time to get as much experience as it can. And then the one that is close, I'm just switching back and forth. Oh, did you find a mouse? Oh, is that Mama's extra computer mouse? Parker's joining in. I think it's going to be fun when he's old enough that he can actually like do something in a video game. I think that age for me that I remember first being able to like at least play video games was when I was about 4. And that was actually playing Mario Party on like the... What game system were we on? Was that game? No, it might have been 64. I think it was our 64. And we had borrowed a game from like my cousins or neighbors or something. And we borrowed Mario Party. Because that's not a game that we ever owned on the 64. But anyway, so yeah, I just remember constantly being destroyed by my older siblings in that game because, of course, I had like zero experience on video games at all. But that didn't mean that I didn't want to win still, right? So my siblings gave me a bad time about it because I kept on dying, and my older brother Charles, he's like, well, who are you? And I was like, I'm Luigi. So that's one of their favorite stories, is they always see me and are like, Luigi. It even went so far that when I got my iPhone, and my brother-in-law was helping me get it set up, like that had just kind of become my nickname a little bit, was Luigi. Like not serious, but just within my family, you know, so it wasn't like my friends called me Luigi or anything, but anyway, he put my caller ID as Luigi, and so if I call anyone that has caller ID without having my name saved in on a specific number, then that's what it will show on the caller ID, is Luigi. So yeah, I gotta say, like when it comes to a lot of games like Super Smash, Luigi is my favorite character. And when I got my Switch, like I got a bundle that came with like one of the little pin thingies, like a collector's pin or something. And there's like a really low chance of getting like a golden Mario one, which, you know, would be cool regardless. But after that, I'm not really too into a lot of the other characters. And so I was super excited when the one that I got out of all the possible Mario characters was Luigi. Yeah, maybe I'll have to upload to my YouTube channel. I have a little video that I made in the one video class that I've ever taken. Called Luigi Rides, and it's kind of a meme. I don't know, I guess you could call it a meme. But it's just my little Lego Luigi riding around on random things up against my wall, and it, yeah, it's weird, but it's funny. So okay, let's hop back into the Nether now. Like Zelda games? What's your favorite Zelda? Or Link game, or I don't know, I guess you could go by Zelda, right? Ooh, there's a gas there. See, and this is why I use stone bricks, is because that didn't destroy anything there. Anyway. Yeah, what's your favorite one? I'm curious. Oh, Majora's Mask? Okay. Yeah, that's definitely a good one. Was that on... that was GameCube, right? If I'm remembering right, was that the system that was on? I think that is right, it's GameCube. So, I never had a GameCube when I was younger or anything. So I missed stuff like Wind Waker or Majora's Mask, or what are some of the other ones? I don't know, some of the other ones on GameCube. Like there were some really classic Zelda games that I just totally missed. And I've played some of them, but it was very little, and it was on my friend's game system. Oh, you have a mask tattoo on your shoulder. Oh, that's awesome, dude. Anyway. Yeah, so I kind of missed those games, which is sad, and if I could find them at a reasonable price, but it seems like even now some of those games are still somewhat pricey, just because of how good they are. Yeah. No, the first game that I ever beat completely though was Link's Awakening. I don't know if you've played that, but I had it on, I think it was the Game Boy, but I had one of the little cartridge thingies that allowed you to play Game Boy games on the SNES. And so I'm pretty sure I beat it on the SNES, even though it was a Game Boy game, if I remember right. Or maybe it was Link to the Past. It was one of those two. Oh, the whole Hylian crest all over your back. Wow, your wife must love Link games if she's okay with that stuff. That is a pretty cool design though. Like, that's, out of all the gamer things you can do, that's much better than, like, I don't know, some people pick really stupid stuff to do. Like, if I ever saw someone with Minecraft Steve, as much as I love Minecraft, like, I'm not huge into, like, the, you know, like, I don't think Minecraft has any iconic designs besides, like, maybe the grass block or something. But no, like, I can't remember if it was Link to the Past or Link's Awakening, because I beat both of them. It was like one after the other. But, oh, you know what? I have the game manual still. It was Link's Awakening, that's what it was. So anyway, I had that game, and I tried to beat it on my own, and I just wandered around. Like, I got to a certain point where I could not advance, because it gets to the point in the game where there's items that you need, but there's no way to know what items you need, right? And so, like, I just had no idea how to continue. And so I ended up just, like, my older brother had needed a manual as well to beat it, and so I knew where the old manual was. And that's what I ended up using to even beat the game originally. So you're into Japan stuff. What part of Japan? Like post-1945 kind of Japan stuff? Or I'm only saying that because of the Japan meme that I've seen on PewDiePie a little bit lately. No, I definitely like a lot of the Japanese stuff as well. Like, I think Pokemon, especially the original games, I just absolutely love, and there's other stuff that they create. So, like, a lot of the anime or stuff that comes out of Japan is really awesome. I don't know how to speak Japanese. I went to a Nintendo place in Kyoto, Nod, came back to. I'm not exactly understanding exactly what you mean by Nod came back to. Anyway, I'm sure that would be awesome though, going to a Nintendo store. Europe Direct to Tattoo. Huh. Well, I guess I'm gonna collect them. I was just gonna leave them, but then I fell and might as well pick them up now. Yeah, anyway. So I really love the original Pokemon games. Like, Red, Blue, and Yellow. I have never seen a copy of Green, but I think that was a Japan-only release since it's pretty rare. But I do know that there's a green version as well that originally released with the Bulbasaur on it. Which I don't get why they never did that here in the US, but anyway. No, No, I've probably beaten that first Pokemon though like a few dozen times. Never got a Pokemon to level 100, but then I never knew some of the exploits that people use to actually get their Pokemon up to that level. Came to Europe after the vacation. Oh, okay, there we go. Okay, you're making a little more sense there now. Well, that's interesting. Okay. Yeah, thank you for explaining that, because I was just a tiny bit confused there. No, I basically bought a Wii over Xbox or PlayStation when I had the choice when I was younger, because I had the money, but I was only going to buy one console. Oh, you're playing Pokemon Blue right now? That's awesome. Yeah, on an emulator on your phone. Are the best emulators on Android? Because I've never been able to find an emulator for that on my phone for iOS, and I have an iPhone, but I don't know. No, I really like those games though. I actually have... So I had an original Blue version that came with like one of the original Game Boys and stuff, because I mean, I had some really old stuff. I don't remember what happened to the Game Boy, but I held on to the game. And I played it so much. Like, I probably had a few thousand hours plus. Like, I literally don't know. Like, pretty much all of the times that I played through and beat that game originally were on that same cartridge. And it eventually, like, it had been through the washer a couple of times, you know, because I was just a little kid originally with it. Yeah, I definitely know the size limit thing. Anyway, no, so okay, that makes sense. Yeah, see, that's, I don't know, another stupid thing about Apple. I'm not a huge fan of Apple, even though I have an iPhone. Like, I'm not one of their big fans. It's just that that was the phone recommended to me by my brother-in-law when I got home from my mission, like from the couple of years that I spent in Mexico. And so it's just been the phone that I've had since, but I haven't broken it either, so I haven't needed to replace it yet. But I think when I replace it, I'm definitely gonna try and get a different kind of phone, like go for Android of some kind. Anyway, maybe a Samsung Galaxy or something, because I would like a Pixel, but they're just a little bit on the pricey end for me. Anyway, but yeah, so this original Blue cartridge, it went through the washing machine a few times. Like, I played it for years and years and years, and it wasn't even until I was like 16 or 17 that it finally just gave out and died, because I'd been playing it for so long and I'd been so rough with it when I was younger. And so I was super bummed out, because that was my very favorite game. But then my younger brother, knowing how much I loved it, then he managed to find one at a game store, like an original one that was in super awesome condition. And so I still have that, and I've played it a little bit, but because of the emulators, I at least have an emulator on my computer for the red version, and a newer copy of the red version, like one of the remastered ones, where they like added in content and stuff. And so I generally play that now instead, just because I don't want my other blue one to eventually die on me, you know? And I think the original one probably I could get working if I knew how to actually help out the connections there. But I just really... The new Pixel 3a is $399 and mentally good. Look at the reviews. Or OnePlus 7 that came out today that is $499 with 8 gig of RAM and 8 cores. Holy cow, dude. Yeah, I'm on an iPhone 5S, I believe. And so it is... For an iPhone, it's pretty basic. Like, there's nothing special about it in any way. Like, I like the size and stuff, but it definitely is pretty limited with, like, its storage and all that kind of stuff. Well, that's interesting. Maybe when I do finally have this iPhone die, then I'll switch over. Anyway. Yeah, so Pokemon, absolutely love it after that. My other favorite game, iPhone 5S, is 3 gigs of RAM. I didn't even know it had that much, because I only have like a, what is it, like a 16 gig storage space, but 12 of those are taken up by the stupid, like, set stuff that you can't delete, so I really only have like 4 gigs of actual available memory. Anyway, I will definitely look into that Groovehog and the... Holy cow, Parker. What are you doing, bud? No, but anyway, so after the first generation, I never had a second gen game, but I think maybe when I was like 12 or so, then my parents for Christmas got me the Emerald version and a new SP. So like, it was new at the time, but one of the little flip, like foldable SPs, if you know what I mean. Like the little Game Boy Advance SP, whatever. But I don't know. I still have that Game Boy, and that's still what I play most of my stuff on anymore when it comes to Game Boy games. But surprisingly, the battery life is still really good on that. Like, you would have thought after, you know, years and years of use that it would be bad, but I can still charge it and have it last like a good 6 or 8 hours on a drive, which honestly surprises me even still, that it's, you know, like any other device that I've had, like the batteries after a few years just go. But my iPod Nano and my Game Boy Advance SP, they're just still as good as they were originally. Okay, cool. Well, I will see you in a little bit. I'm just going to keep on working in the nether here. We have the original Game Boy. Oh, nice, dude. Yeah, see, I used to have an original, but I think I traded it to one of my brothers or something, I don't know. Anyway, it's gone now. But yeah, from 1987. Oh, that's awesome, dude. Oh, yep, go walk that dog and I will just keep on working. Oh boy. Oh, you get away from me, Gast. Holy cow. Get away. 39. So you're a little bit closer to my... How old is my oldest brother? He is 33-ish. So yeah, you're just a little bit older than my oldest brother there. By a few years. He's turning 36 this year, so it's just a couple of years. How did I just miss that? your first gadget. There wasn't exactly a lot of gadgets at that time either, was there? I mean, you could have a brick phone, or you could have one of those Game Boys that's designed so well that it would just like survive a house fire. Those things were built to last. Wasn't there, I'm pretty sure I heard a story about one of those Game Boys, like one of the original ones, surviving like the wildfires or something, and it still worked afterwards. It was something ridiculous that would have destroyed any other electronic. And it still probably works too, right? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, those things are amazing. Yeah, that was back before they built things to eventually break on you. Although Nintendo, the one thing I will say for them is I have like a Wii that I bought when I was 14. So I've had it over a decade now. And I put thousands and thousands of hours on that, and it still works just fine. And so I'm pretty comfortable with any Nintendo stuff that I have. Like even the old GameCube controllers and stuff that have who knows how many thousands of hours of gameplay on them. All of my controllers still work. I think the only thing I don't have that doesn't work was either not made by Nintendo or just the nunchucks. The nunchucks, I don't know what it was about the nunchucks eventually not working too well to pick up on motion, but it did seem like those ended up taking the worst of the abuse. Yes, Ducktendo, this is the Pebble host server, and it has been running awesomely. Yeah, I've been flying through the nether. I went back to my original base and stuff. And I've been putting it through its paces, and it's done beautifully. Like, it was a little bit of a drama trying to get it because of the whole confusion with the stupid bank versus personal card kind of thing with PayPal. But yeah, now that it's here and it's working, then it's doing beautifully. So thank you very much for that recommendation there. Yeah, anyway, right now, Ducktendo, just to kind of catch you up, I am doing some work in the nether, just because, yeah, Groovehagen was kind of mentioning how good everything else is on this server, and then the nether's kind of pretty dang mediocre. So I'm just going to be working my way back. I'm just headed very slowly back to the new base from the original one, and I'm just going to be I'm going to go make some concrete, and then we'll start actually designing like a good nether tunnel. Oh, thank you for the lemon donation there. How far are we on a new 1.1? Oh, you missed it by a little bit, but I got all the way up to 6 Lino in the chest, so I went ahead and put that available. But if we keep you guys interacting good and stuff, then I'll probably be able to donate, well, not donate, but make the new chest thing, whatever, available again today. How much do I have on me? I'm actually doing reasonably well with the collection of all this stuff. Looks like I've been collecting, but then I have spots where I need to make the path wider. And so I've been making it wider and having pretty good success with everything. Holy cow. How much is a diamond, dude? A diamond and 2 ice cream? Thank you very much. Oh, thank you very much there, Ducktendo. Oh, that is awesome. Thank you, thank you. You're gonna give me a heart attack, dude. That big of donations? Awesome, awesome. I don't even remember what I was saying now. You just totally blew my mind right there. Anyway, I was probably just mumbling about this whole nether thing, but so I'm just going through the nether right now. We're gonna try and make a new nether kind of tunnel that actually does justice to the server and makes it so I can travel back and forth between the spawn castle and the new area relatively quickly. One of the great things that did happen is I went and checked out the Guardian farm, and it is working again. I don't know if it's the new 14.1 update that just came out, because I had not been over there since the pre-release of the update came out, or if it was just being on a server that could actually handle everything now. But it was working beautifully, so I have that as a working XP farm again, as well as like the whole new XP farm that I've built here at the new area. So I'm in a really good position right now just because I can get large amounts of XP in either location. And so for all the new 1.14 whatever stuff that I'll be doing in the new area, I'm not going to have to go back to the spawn castle, but I can go back to the spawn castle if I need levels or need to do, you know, like make some tools or whatever. So it's always still an open possibility with just a quick flight through the nether. Yeah, well, thank you again there, Ductendo. That's crazy awesome. Okay, here we go. So I'm gonna just keep on building this out. This is gonna be kind of a long process, because I'm gonna be doing all this and then coating everything over with stone. But I just want to get it out big enough that, like, while I am working on it, that if I have any gas or anything that surprised me during the building process, I'm gonna have something there still. Like, I just don't want it, like, this bridge is small enough that if a ghast hit it, it could probably destroy a good portion of it. Oh boy. I just go as fast as I can. So the one thing with concrete, like, I'm wanting to use a combination of stone bricks, maybe even smooth stone. I could also do smooth stone, that might be just a little bit lighter. Either one though, I have plenty of materials to do that with. Okay, cool. Well, I'm glad that you're on YouTube as well there, Ductendo. I am like probably 4 or 5 streams behind on YouTube, but I've been trying to get one uploaded a day, so that it's at least a consistent thing. I don't know, if I get it all the way caught up, then it will probably be closer to a day or 2 behind. But yeah, if you need to go, thank you for the donations and stuff, and thank you for dropping by. It's really awesome, dude. Anyway, yeah, so I'll make sure that it gets on YouTube as well. It's not going to be edited yet, though. I am going to work on finding like some of the more select portions to edit and put up, but I'm just not quite to that point again yet with my new video setup, so it's just like getting all the new programs installed and all that kind of stuff is just taking a little while. But trying to think of even what I can talk about anymore. That really just did kind of blow my mind, that huge of a donation. Like, wow. Okay, well, how about I just start thinking about what I can do as far as the thing. It would be kind of funny to make a snow tunnel in the nether. That's one of the few blocks that's completely white that I can make relatively easily. I wonder how that would work out. A snow tunnel. It's kind of... I don't know, what would you call that, an oxymoron? Like, I'm not sure if that's what an oxymoron even is, but just having something that is unexpected because the nether is basically hell. And it's full of fire and brimstone, so to have like an actual snow tunnel would just be ridiculous. Okay, let's go ahead and pull this out a little bit. Oh. Here, let's leave this on the table, okay, bud? It needs to stay up here, okay? Are you about ready to eat, bud? Where am I at? I'm almost up to 5 lino again to be able to open that chest up. You okay, bud? Oh, you want to draw? Okay, here. Here you go. Oh, are we almost here? Holy cow. Okay, let's see if I have any more empty shulkers to put stuff in real fast. Another rack, these are all full. Okay, I'm gonna have to just wait on picking up some of this stuff and we'll go grab some shulkers. Yeah, let's just hurry up there. Oops. I guess I should open this up. So let's see. So I think I actually have something really good that I can do with all of this stuff. And we'll go ahead and expand this out too, but maybe I'll just start making the actual tunnel here. Because we're gonna need to go at least, what, like 7 wide, so another couple on each side here. Because I was only making this wide enough to fly through, I wasn't making it... I wasn't making a finished tunnel here, so it's a good start at least. That might even mean that I end up just I even end up just start placing down the floors it's officially going to be. Okay, you know what, I might just have to start making a new dedicated area for all this netherrack stuff coming out. Maybe at the moment really quick. I'm pretty sure all of these all the way down are all empty shulkers now, so let's see how much of an inventory I fill up with all of these, because maybe I'll just use all of this extra space to do stuff. Oh yeah, that's gonna give me all kinds of extra area if I can carry that much stuff. And yeah, I'll hold off making some of the other stuff. We probably should make a closer nether portal on this end too. I'll do that in a little bit though. Okay, so let's grab... Okay. Are you formulating, Parker? Just like Mr. Incredible? Okay, let's keep 3 of them on me. What was that noise? Oh shoot, okay, so I'm gonna be coming into the newest area right up here at the end of this. Yep, here we go. So 3 wide is definitely wide enough to fly through, but I think I want to make it 5 when it's all finished. Which means that it's gonna need to be 7 total. And as well on this corner here. Holy cow, this is so much stuff. I'll be able to burn this stuff just as well as cactus, but I'm going to need a new farm to even do it in. Or a new set of furnaces. Okay, so now that we picked up this stuff, let's go back to the end and just start plotting out the actual area that we need. And as well, like this corner, this is going to need to be worked down. So we're going to start going like this a little bit. And just try and make it a more natural corner. To be able to make that turn. There we go, yep, so start to get a little bit sharper here, and then it will start to even back out around the corner a little ways. So then this starts to come out, but it's not going to be a straight, complete corner because it's got to bend. Does that feel like a pretty natural curve? Just about. Now that does it nice and slow. Here, Parker. No, no. Low, 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 low. Hey, whoa, no, 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 no. No. No, you could very easily kill me right now, bud. Do you want to kill Dada? Do you want to kill Dada? You don't want to do that, do you? Wait, you want to kill Dada? Ah, the humanity. Parker. Hey. Hey. And you little stinker. Holy cow. Hey, hey, hey. Okay, let me at least hurry and get to where I'm out of a danger zone. Hey, whoa, 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 whoa. Parker, Parker. Hey. You stop stealing my stuff. But you think just because you live in this house? Whoa, is that a thunder? That was a lightning strike, like right outside. Holy cow. It didn't even look like it was gonna rain. Holy cow, there's something on fire. I'm gonna be right back. call 911, bud. Hi, I'm gonna have to find you one more suspect. I was not. It is. I did not know about the controlled burn. Okay, yeah, I was just thinking because it sounded like lightning, but sorry about that. Okay, well, looks like we're just going to keep the window closed, okay, bud? Oh, I am sorry about that little delay. I was just calling 911 because there was what sounded like a large crash of lightning directly next to the buildings. And so I went to peek outside, and then there's this fire going on outside. And so it was like... It's like, I don't know if other people are reporting this, but I might want to just report it anyway, just to be sure. And it turns out, luckily, it's a ditch burn that they're doing nearby and that 911 knew about, so... But yeah, just after that loud crash of lightning and then looking out the window in the direction where the crash was from, and there's just like this giant ball of smoke. Anyway, that almost scared the crap out of me, because I've been in a forest fire before, and it is not fun. Like, having to deal with all that kind of stuff, and the faster that they can get to it, the less, destruction that happens. Oh yeah, no. There's no lightning in the nether, though. That's for sure. Oh, wow. No, yeah, like there's... I don't know what that sound was. Did you hear that? I know. Minecraft turned real life. It's just like the Jumanji version of Minecraft or something. No, yeah, so when I was... How old was I? I was only like 13 or 14. I think I must have been 14. So... When I was 14, I was staffing, like just volunteering at a scout camp. Okay, yeah, it's got to be on the stream. When I get the re-upload, I'll have to find that, because there was definitely a loud crash just before that. Anyway, how far into the stream are we? Can I see the time? I don't think I can, so I'll just have to kind of find that specific spot in the stream, but... Yeah, Duck Nintendo gave the big donation as well while you were gone. Anyway, so I worked at the scout camp, right? And it's an area that, I mean, I'm from an area on the western side of the US that is a lot more prone to like wildfires kind of stuff, right? And so there were these kids, of course, that were playing with matches, and they managed to start a whole like hillside on fire of like this really deep pine, like the pine needles that fall off the pine trees and just kind of pile up. Anyway, so they start this entire hillside on fire, and like we hadn't even, like, we were supposed to have a practice drill for all of the staff members of what to do in case of fire, but they had gone over at least, like, as far as the lemon thing, I think you can actually technically buy them. But anyway, no, so these kids started this fire, but we'd had a drill that, okay, if there's a fire, like, first is to report it, right? And so it just happened to be not my camp, and I had a cousin that had a camp on the other side, but in between our two camps, so not one of our kids, but one of these other kids, they started the fire, and so we just happened to be visiting our camps, like the ones that we were over, when this fire started. And so of course we started, you know, like, started yelling fire, let people know that there's a fire and that they needed to evacuate to the waterfront. And so, like, I don't know, my cousin was a little bit older, so he kind of hung back and then started to help fight the fire because he was, like, technically an adult at that time, you know, he was over 18. But of course they didn't want a 14-year-old trying to help him fight a fire as well, right? But anyway, so I just went from camp to camp making sure that everyone was cleared out, and then got down to the waterfront and found my own group of kids, you know. And then by that point, then they had, you know, the emergency services that showed up, and there's like a helicopter, or a couple of helicopters that were getting water and stuff from the lake that we were at, and managed to put the fire out. But yeah, I mean, I don't feel like this area that I'm in now is super prone to wildfires, but it's just like where it was over on a grassy hillside area, and then it's a lightning strike. I mean, those start fires all the time, right? So I'm just glad it wasn't something serious. Just know that it's not a good day to go running out there right now, right? But I don't know. I grew up the son of a policeman, so I'm probably a little bit more comfortable with police officers than a lot of people are. Well, my dad was not a police officer, but a sheriff's officer. And so, like, I basically grew up going with him occasionally, like in his vehicle while he went to go. Like, I don't think he ever purposely tried to have me there when he needed to make an arrest. But it'd just be like that it would be a slow day, and so he'd think it was an okay time for us to just go, like, talk and stuff and spend some time together. But it seemed like almost every single time I did that, I ended up going home with one of the highway patrolmen because my dad had to take the criminals back to jail. And so it was like, I don't know, one time, as we were driving, then he got this call about a DUI driver. Yeah, it was, I've had some interesting experiences growing up where I grew up. But no, so this one time though, my dad got this call about a DUI, and he just happened to be the closest law enforcement personnel in the area. And so the town that I grew up in is what's called a dry town, which means that there's no alcohol. And European tourists hate it because it's, you know, like when I worked at a restaurant as a dishwasher and I was out bussing tables, and I had like this German guy that was like, I don't know, he was huge. He was probably like 6'4", 6'5", and probably weighed like 300 pounds, you know, so as a 14-year-old, he was pretty intimidating. And he's just like, why no beard? It was just like, I'm sorry, you know, like I don't know what to do. But anyway, so the nearest place to get alcohol was 3 miles south of town. And can buy beers at McDonald's in Europe. Yeah, it's definitely different than the US. But anyway, so the nearest place to buy alcohol was a gas station 3 miles south of the town that I lived in a little place that it's called Shirt Tail Corner. And it's where a couple of highways meet. It's technically out of city limits, so they're able to sell alcohol. And I live just about 10 minutes off of a Native American reservation. It's a Ute reservation. And there's also another, like a Navajo reservation very nearby as well. And so it was a group of 4 guys in a big lifted like F-150 pickup, whatever, that were buying alcohol, but they were already drunk, and so they were drunk driving, right? And so the store clerk had called it in because they were obviously, like, he let them, I don't know what he did, but anyway, so he reported it in. Everything is forbidden. I don't know. I think it's just that there's a little more not so liberal policies on a lot of things, because there are plenty of conservatives, at least in the mid-US. I mean, and it is by states, because the states technically make a lot of those laws themselves. But anyway, to make a long story even longer, so these guys are drunk driving, and so I'm in my dad's pickup, and the pickup that he had at the time for his work was a big Dodge Ram, like 3500 or something like that, I believe. And cop vehicles, at least in the area that we were in, instead of spending money on like amenities like power windows or nice seats or, you know, stuff like that, because their budget is small, because it's not a very populous county. There's only like 12,000 people in the entire county, and the county itself is bigger than some states here in the US, or at least the whole state of Rhode Island, and is pretty close to the size of some of the other states over on the East Coast. So anyway, there's this this pickup though that my dad's driving, that what they do instead of giving them nice stuff is they put all the money into like aftermarket stuff in the engine to make it go faster than a standard pickup. So we just started flying down the highway after these DUI people, right? Like my dad was probably pushing 120, 130, which wasn't the first time that I'd gone that fast in this pickup, but anytime you move that fast, it totally destroys any roller coaster. Like the adrenaline that you get pumping moving down a highway, and there's like the sirens on, cars moving over stuff. Anyway, so we finally got to this truck and pulled it over about a mile out of the reservation. And the whole thing why the reservation is important is that the reservations are technically Native American land, and they're technically their own nation, and so the jurisdiction that is over that is the federal government, not the state government. I'm sorry that you feel forbidden every time you come to the US, but no, so anyway, we managed to pull him over just before, so he was able to pull him out, and it turns out that all 4 guys had warrants on them for their arrest. And so, like, he's got them all out of the car, running their names and stuff. And there's 3 guys that are older, like probably late 30s, early 40s, all looking pretty mean, like they'd been in and out of jail, you know. And they had those 3. And then there's this younger guy that looked like he was in his like maybe early to late 20s, like I'd guess around 25-ish. And he looked scared. Like he did not look like a tough guy. He looked like a scared little puppy, right? And so he's there, and he's with these guys, and getting arrested and stuff, and the other three are like smoking cigarettes and trying to scowl at me and my dad's pickup and stuff because they can see me. And this other guy he's just like nervous, and he's kind of jittery looking, and looking like he's about to cry, but he's really, really trying to hold back the tears. And pretty soon, like maybe 5 to 10 minutes after, there is this little red car, like a little tiny beater car, that pulls up behind my dad's pickup. And this little tiny Navajo lady that's maybe, I don't know, like barely pushing 5 feet. She's just a little thing. Like she probably didn't weigh more than 80, 90 pounds. She gets out of her car and she's like, I don't know if you've ever seen a Mexican lady with the chancla, but it looked pretty close. And she walks up to this youngest guy and just lays into him. Like, why do you always hang out with these guys? Every time you hang out with them, you get arrested. And she's just going on him, and he's just like, I'm sorry, Mom, I'm so sorry. And just like, oh, no, like... Okay, let's read these comments. It looks like you've got some controversial stuff going on here. Some friends from New York came to visit. We went to Barcelona, and the first day we went to the beach and saw all the naked people. The plain center of the city, and the gay guys naked on the beach kissing. They were horrified. Yeah. I guess it depends on what part of the U.S. you're in. Like, so the more liberal states, then they have, like, laws where you can go topless and stuff. Like, I think even Boulder, that's like less than an hour away from me, technically women can go topless. But even then, there's still like a whole public decency thing, so it's like, even though technically in certain areas you could go naked, it's not really advised to go naked all the time, I don't know. Yeah, I think Europe is definitely a lot more open to that kind of stuff than the US is, though. I don't know about that. I'm sure there's probably nude beaches somewhere in the US. But I don't know about that. It's kind of a little bit of a different topic there, though. We have helicopters. Definitely. And Donald Trump is president, but I don't know, that really depends on how you look at things. Anyway. No, there's actually, in the area that I live in, so I live by, if you've ever heard of Arches National Park, it's like where some of the famous arches and stuff are in the US. It's like within an hour of a drive from my house, or the house where I grew up, and so it's just sandwiched in between. There's arches, bridges, canyonlands. Bryce Canyon National Park isn't that far away as well. And I mean, within just a couple hours, pushing it a little further, then you have like there's the Four Corners Monument close. There's the Monument Valley where they do like all kinds of movies. It's like the highway where Forrest Gump stops running. That's the spot. Or there's all kind of westerns or stuff like that. Like western movies that were filmed there. They do a lot of filming, like, so if you remember what is the name of that movie now? It's like John something. Oh, what is it? It's a guy that goes to Mars and basically rescues a Martian princess, and there's like the green aliens with 4 arms and stuff. I can't remember what that movie's called for the life of me right now. It's like John something, though. He's like a type of superhero, but it's because he came from Earth and there's higher gravity, and so he can like jump really far and stuff. Anyway. Yeah, they do all kinds of stuff there. Yeah, they also did some of the filming, like part of the movie that had Will Smith's kid that they're in, where they like crash onto Earth or whatever, and there's like the jungle and the animals and all that weird stuff going on. I have a friend who's actually there for part of that filming, and he met Jaden Smith and one of the girls in the movie, and he saw Will Smith, but it was like Will Smith is a little bit more heavily guarded, so he wasn't able to go up and just talk to Will Smith, you know. Anyway, so that's kind of interesting. There's like John Wayne museums and a dinosaur museum and stuff. And that is one thing that I can give about that area, is there's a lot of interesting fossils nearby and stuff as well. Like that used to be one of the things that I did as a kid, is we'd go out on a hike and I'd look for fossils. And so I've actually found almost an entire whole fish that I feel horrible about because I found it when I was like maybe 10 or 11. And I didn't realize how crazy of a big find that was. And it was like this entire fish, like maybe 10 or 11 inches long, like missing a few pieces that were probably just down in the dirt. Okay. Yeah, well, you probably haven't seen it then. It's not the best movie, so I wouldn't recommend it as more like a one-time... Like, if you wanted to see it once, I think it's okay for once, but I would never watch it again. Anyway. So, I found this fossilized fish, though. And it had been, like, very obviously run over by, like, a vehicle or something and had been broken, so it wasn't in one solid slab anymore. But, so I found this, but it was, like, such great detail and stuff. And so, of course, as a little kid, I just picked up all the pieces and, you know, put it in my shirt and carried it back to the campsite. But unfortunately, it ended up getting distributed because I had different pieces that ended up going different directions, and I think most of them actually stayed with my dad, but I don't know what he did with them. So I know that I have a couple little pieces that stayed in my rock collection, but yeah. Anyway. Yeah, I got really good though at finding little fossils like that. Like I have a few that are just like little impressions of fish fins. There's actually one day, so kind of a different occasion, but we went out to this rock shelf where I'd found some little fossils before, like, and these fossils weren't anything special. They're just like little like imprints of fish fins, or like just little other stuff that was very obviously made by some animal but didn't have an obvious... Holy cow. Oh, there's two of them, that's why. Holy poop. Okay, let's kill you both, come on. Why is this so dangerous? It's Utah, and the county is San Juan County. So it's a tiny little county with a lot of, I don't know, like Arches National Park. The entrance to that is actually in Grand County, but the city's called Moab, and it actually sits on the county line. And so you drive into Grand County just for the entrance of the park, and then back into San Juan County for the actual park. Anyway, pretty cool place to go though. You're not going to get a lot of nice amenities there, like there's really nothing to be said about any kind of shopping or anything. And the hotels that you're going to stay in are not going to be the nicest hotels, but the country is some of the most beautiful country you can find. Anyway. Oh, poop. I just wandered off an edge. Oh, am I going too wide here? Okay. Unfortunately, the one kind of sad thing about all of it is just that with as beautiful a country as it is, there's a lot of people. yeah, the two guys. Anyway, there's a lot of people that end up going there and taking their own lives, which is unfortunate, but it's like they want to do it in a beautiful area for some reason. Which I don't really understand that logic, but the police officers there, like, there's not a huge amount of crime, especially it's like because the reservation is where most of the crime is, and it takes federal like agents like the FBI to handle all that kind of stuff basically. Then the local police usually just end up doing more of like searching for missing people, and a lot of those searches do not end in a rescue. Like the large majority of them ends with finding, you know, something to ship back home to the family. But yeah, anyway. It always was pretty awesome, like going on hikes and stuff as a kid. So there's there's technically, like, the Indian nations are supposed to have their own police, and so technically, like, there's the Navajo police or the Ute police, but they are about as effective as a band-aid on an arm that's been chopped off. Like, they are not nearly well equipped or well trained or well paid enough to handle the kind of problems that happen on the reservation. The reservation, there's an inordinate amount of sexual crimes, and that's where the majority of the murders happen in that area. It's basically like stepping into a third world country here in the US. And I think that probably has to do with the entire system of the reservation and the mentality that the people get from it. Because one of the big problems that I noticed growing up, right, was like, because I went to school with these kids, right? And there's a certain number of them that I knew that have already either gone to jail or are dead now, that were off of the reservation, and that's, I think I only have one other classmate that's died that I know of, and he was one that committed suicide. So, but the rest of them that are in jail are basically are off of the reservation. But it's because what happens is the federal government gives them everything they need. So they have healthcare, they have a house, they have, but the thing is they don't own the home because it's like land of the tribe, whatever. And so most of the homes that are there, it's like a double wide trailer if you're lucky. And they're not new trailers either, right? And so they have these really crappy homes, but they don't technically own them for whatever reason, like however that works with the whole system. And so then they have their elected officials that are supposed to like distribute the money that the government pays them every year and stuff. Which, I mean, they get free healthcare, they get food stamps, they get like a check every month, and like they don't have to work to live in these homes, and most of them just don't work because they get paid enough. And so what ends up happening is that they're just there sitting in their houses not doing anything productive, which leads them to do, you know, a lot of times get into trouble. Now, the thing with jail time for them is that you can live on the reservation like for free if you're Native American, get all that stuff, The only thing that stops you from doing that is if you've committed like a felony or a federal crime within like the last 7 years. So like even if you've done some pretty horrible stuff, if you last out your 7 years, then you can move back onto the reservation. At least as far as I was aware. Anyway. Yeah, they totally could start streaming. A lot of them just end up watching a lot of movies. They use their money to buy nice cars. Like, so they'll save up their paychecks because they're getting however many thousands of dollars, but they don't have to pay for food or, you know, healthcare or anything. So a lot of the big expenses that could be there are non-existent for them. And so what they do instead is they'll just save up the money and then like buy a massive new car, or like a new Mustang or a big truck, or like it's crazy because you'll walk into one of these crappy trailers with like the worst living conditions you've ever seen, but they'll have like a 6 foot wide or 72 inch or I don't know, like however big they want to go of a TV. I've seen even larger. I've seen like an 8 foot wide TV in a little trailer that took up like an entire back wall. Anyway, so they'll have that and like this massive surround sound system and like their gaming systems, of course, and like a nice car, but then their home is like, yeah, it's just sad to see how a lot of them live. And they do have, I mean, it's not like the government hasn't tried to make a difference, like give them other options, and so they do have like, if you got a 2.0 grade, which is really not anything special, that's like basically maintaining C's and some D's, then they can get like a full ride scholarship. And what it seems like is the ones that I've seen that have gotten off of the reservation and taken advantage of the education and stuff, then they usually end up doing really well for themselves and live really good lives and stuff. But the ones that stay on the res, they just, yeah, it's like their lives are just not ever gonna go anywhere. Which is sad too, because they're really gifted in a lot of ways. Like they have, like some of their old culture and stuff is really awesome. But then they've also got some of the best runners that I've ever seen. Like, it's kind of like watching Kenyans in the Olympics when you see, like especially the Navajos with their running and the Utes. Like I've seen a 30-something-year-old Ute guy with a giant pot belly run a half marathon in just over an hour. Like he totally destroyed the next person after that. The guy that took second against this guy was like an hour and a half. Like a full 20-30 minutes behind him just about. So, I mean, they definitely have like some abilities when it comes to sports and stuff, and they do really well. But yeah, it's just if they decide to live on the res or not. I do know multiple couples that I went to high school with that they just dated, got the girl pregnant, and then get married and moved onto the reservation, and that was basically it. So you're, you know, like in high school with the babies, you just both drop out and go live on the res. But anyway. Oh, is it? Oh, it is ready again. So now, like of course after all that drama, then they just sent out an email saying that there would be work on that they'd be doing some controlled burns. So they probably just got advised like, hey, apparently no one knows about this and there's people calling and stuff. Oh wait, no, this is totally different. Oh, they're doing construction. Okay, never mind. It's not going to be horrible, but it's not going to be great either. Okay, I'll have to look into that. So they actually didn't send... I thought they were going to send out an email about that controlled burn just to let people know. But no mention of that from any of the apartment people, but they did send out an email to let us know that in a couple of days they're going to redo the entire parking lot for 3 days. And so that we're going to have to find a different place to park, which is probably, like, reasonably inconvenient for my pregnant wife, but I don't know. I guess I'll just have to plan on taking her to work those days and I'll be able to pick her up, because it's, I mean, that's a little bit of a ways for her to walk. The parking lot that they want us to go to is like 3 blocks away. Yeah, it is just 3 days, so it's not horrible. It's just nice when they give you more than a couple of days notice. Yeah, my my wife is getting very pregnant. So she can walk and stuff, but she's just at a little bit slower pace, so she'd probably have to leave, like, I don't know, like an extra 20-30 minutes early just to walk that 3 blocks. So for me, I can walk that distance in just a couple of minutes, right? But she's moving at a kind of a you know, kind of pace. Just anyway. Yeah, the Native Americans, they are very, I don't know, there's a lot of weird stuff that goes on the res. Like I don't know, like I wish that they would just do away with the reservation system and just say, like, I mean, so as far as like when people talk about reparations, for the people that were descendants of slaves, I feel like that would be hard to prove exact genealogies. Because another thing that comes into that is that wealth in the US, as much as people like to say that if your family is wealthy, you stay wealthy, like the actual statistics on it is that most of the top 1% did not start out in the top 1%. It's like 90-something% of them started out in like middle or lower income families. And the other thing with that is just that, like with all the moving around that people do here, like I have my genealogy, I can actually trace it back to William Bradford, the first governor of the colonies, of the Protestant colonies that first moved here to the US from England. And that's on my dad's side. On my mom's side, her family didn't come over until about the 1860s. But neither one of them ever lived in the South. Like, so my dad's family basically stayed up in like New York, Massachusetts area until around the 1860s before moving over towards Utah, like heading west. And then my mom's family came over from England and went west immediately. And so it's like for me, even though like I'm white in all regards, like as far as I'm aware, I don't have any ancestors that were ever slave owners. And like I don't know how you'd ever prove even if there were any that were slave owners, just because I don't know if that kind of record is even available. So I feel like it's a little bit harder to like make a case for like reparations for black people that are descendants of slaves, because then there's other things that factors in with them too, and not all black people are descendants of slaves here, because, you know, people come over at different times and stuff, so you'd really have to do a lot of genealogy work, and it would take a lot to even figure out how to do that, right? But for the Native Americans that live on reservations, I definitely feel like that system needs a big change. Because having the freebies, it doesn't really seem to be doing any good for them. Because there's no incentive for any of those kids to do well in school. Right? Like most of the kids that I knew that were Native American, they just get D's just so they could move up to the next grade. Like, they would do the bare minimum to make it through classes, and they did that their entire school career because they knew that they didn't need an education to live on the res, right? Which is sad because it's really like underserving a lot of them, because then they never do actually reach any kind of potential that they could be reaching. So I don't know, it's like with that, I almost feel like it would be better off if the government said, okay, like, here's some money, here's some land, we're not gonna just coddle you guys anymore, you're gonna have to start working, but we'll make sure that you can find work and stuff and make sure that they're all working and everything, but just get them off of the res, because that reservation system is so messed up, and it's been messed up since its conception. Like, I don't know, it's been like since the 18 whatevers that they even started the first reservation, and it's been BS since then, with either cutting down reservation, or it's like they find gold on the reservation and so then they cut off a few million acres, or, you know, and it's like, at this point I feel like it's kind of hard to go back and say, you know, like, do more than just be like, okay, we really messed up and we're sorry and we'll help you, but let's change this anyway. Yeah, I've yet to see anyone ever talk about that as far as politics. And I mean, one of the things with that too, though, is that most of the Native Americans vote Democrat, which here in the US is the party of handouts. Like, I mean, they're the ones that are all for, you know, like, giving free health care, and which I don't know, like, just in the society, like, you'd have to change the entire base of the system, and it's on a much larger scale than like a lot of the countries over there in Scandinavia and stuff, right? So I just feel like politicians aren't the ones that would be best suited to even try and change that system. But anyway, there's also the Native Americans. They have some crazy kind of lore stuff that's like, I don't know, I don't want to get into some of this stuff too deep, but they have like skinwalkers, which I'm sure you've heard of, like witch doctors, or, you know, like, that's pretty dominant in every culture, but they really have some stuff going on there with like medicine men that, I don't know, the whole thing about a skinwalker, what a skinwalker is basically a medicine man who makes a deal with the devil to be able to have the ability to move faster by basically transforming into like an animal, like a wolf kind of thing, and then, you know, like being able to move like almost as fast as a car kind of thing. And there's like limits on it, like, that I've found out just talking with some of my Native American friends. And, you know, so I talked to multiple people and they were all very consistent on the rules and stuff of it. Like the fact that, like, the medicine man, that ability can only be passed down from father to son. But for that son to be able to do that, the way that he makes the deal with the devil is by killing his brother. And so basically the father has to accept the fact that he's going to have one of his sons be murdered by the other son, kind of thing. And then there's some other things thrown in, like they can only eat dead stuff, and I'm talking about like not cooked, like raw dead stuff, whatever, and different things like that. Anyway, they are amazingly consistent with all that culture though, and it's, I don't know, sometimes in those canyons you do get weird feelings, like something is watching you, and I wouldn't know if it was an animal or if it is that there's something else out there. But I mean, I've definitely seen X-Files with similar topics and stuff. There's actually an X-Files that's almost exactly like a skinwalker, which is really interesting. But anyway. Are you ready to eat, bud? Parker's trying to get into Ashley's snack bag. So I think he might be about ready to eat some lunch. It is a little bit like close to his lunchtime too. So I think we'll go ahead and I'll take care of that real quick, get him something to eat. BRB. Are you ready to eat? Okay, I am back. Looks like it's a good time to hurry and change over my tools. I think what I'm gonna do is just go ahead and like dip into my stores a little bit. Just grab some of these and we'll repair those later. I always loved like camping and being outside growing up, but there's like in the area there's mountain lions. There used to be wolves until they killed them all off. Like the wolves, the last wolf was actually called Bigfoot, but not like the normal Bigfoot like the Yeti or Sasquatch or whatever. They called the wolf Bigfoot because of how large his footprints were. And so this wolf, so there's a pack that roamed on the mountain like near town and stuff about 10 miles away, which for a wolf that's really not anything, right, for distance to travel. Anyway, so there's this pack of wolves and they'd killed off most of them except for Bigfoot and his mate, and eventually they ended up even getting the mate. So I have like I actually had my 7th grade homeroom teacher, and he was also one of my gym teachers in middle school, was a descendant of a trapper that they hired in to kill this wolf. And it's kind of like a Moby Dick kind of story where the guy is just after this animal. Because he was literally after this one wolf for years. But of course all the cattle ranchers are paying him because they want this wolf gone, right? So he's just trying it, and he actually caught it a couple of different times, but each time it managed to escape. Right, so one of the times it even went as far as chewing its own foot off to get out of the trap. And then when he was getting close, like he came upon it while it was almost done chewing its foot off. And so he lined up to get a shot off on it, and it managed to pull free and head down the hill before he could get a shot off, and he missed and stuff. And so anyway, he spent years trying to get this one wolf, right? And eventually they did end up killing the wolf, and it was like a massive size and everything, but yeah, so there were wolves there at one point, but we had, you know, of course, like black bears, mountain lions. I don't even though, like even just the land itself is dangerous though, just because of the lack of water. And so, yeah, I don't know. It's kind of an exciting place to grow up, you know, because there's all the old Western stories. The last Indian battle was there. It's like the last battle between basically the U.S. government and Native Americans happened right in the town where I grew up. So there was this Indian named Posey, and basically he started a little rebellion there in the town, freed some Indians that had been put in prison for, I don't remember the exact story. But anyway, my dad's great-grandpa, I believe, was the sheriff of the town at the time, and was actually the one that shot Posey and gave him the wound that ended up killing him. Oh, you talked about the treasure chest. I totally forgot to get back into my app so I could open it up again. Let's see where it's at. It looks like I should be able to open it up again here in just a second. Why is it showing a different number on my screen than it is over here? Will it let me? Oh no. Okay, whatever it's doing on my phone account that lets me open the chest, it's not saying that there's enough yet. Although it's not caught back up on the stream. Here, let me just try and restart DLive and we'll see if it's better. Yeah, anyway, so my grandpa, he ended up shooting Posey and he got him in the hip, I believe. And he ended up dying after he got like a blood infection kind of thing. There's like a trail that that Posey took and stuff that's called Posey's Trail. And I mean, you can research it. Like if you search the last Indian War or something, then it will pull up Blinding Utah. Anyway. Yeah, so I grew up listening to stories like that. Kind of on a different note. But my dad, as a sheriff's officer, one day he went to go serve a warrant, and the guy was none too happy about being arrested and going to jail, right? And so he mentions to my dad, he's like, oh, I should have just ran like Posey. And because he's like, I'm trying to think of how he said it. So he said something like, oh, Posey's my great-great-grandpa or something like that. Like, I should have just ran like he did. And my dad's like, well, you know, the sheriff, is it Black? Was his last name? It's either Black or Barton. I don't remember which side it was of my dad's that was the sheriff. But anyways, like, well, Sheriff so-and-so was my grandpa, and I would have shot you like he shot Posey. Which, he was joking, but I don't know if they always tell the criminals that they're joking either. Because sometimes you do have to do a little force to de-escalate a situation like that. I mean, I definitely understand when there's excessive amounts of force used and stuff. Like, don't get me wrong there. But I've also seen personally with situations that my dad's been in that sometimes to like stop a situation, then it is necessary to let them know that you have more firepower than they do and that they need to just comply. Anyway. Yeah, my dad was actually, I don't know, he was quite the law enforcement officer. Am I headed the right direction to go back to the main? I don't think I am. I'm turned around. No, my dad, so when I was 4 years old, he was actually shot just like 4 days before my birthday, or the year that I turned 4, I guess. But he was shot in a manhunt just before my birthday. And actually had a little brother that was born just a couple of days after as well. And so, yeah, so you can imagine my mom is about to pop with a baby, like really big, right? And then there's this manhunt, because, I guess to kind of tell you the story, this was back in 1998, and there were these guys that were convinced that in the year 2000 the world was going to end, right? And so they were basically preparing for Armageddon, and had been reading this book that was really controversial. And anyway, they basically radicalized themselves. And so there's a group of 3 guys, right? The ringleader and his 2 followers kind of thing. Well, they decide that they need for their vehicle a water tanker. But of course they don't have any money for one, so they just stole a big water tanker. Now those big water tanker trucks, they are very, very well, I don't know, they're basically like a big mixture between a semi and a tank. Like they can be very durable and hard to take out kind of stuff, right? So anyway, this police officer in Cortez, Colorado stops these guys, and during the traffic stop they killed this officer and then took off into the wilderness. And this wilderness here, like I told you before, like the area is, I don't even know how many hundreds of thousands of square miles, but it's larger than oh, did my phone turn off again? What the heck? I was just trying to get it to update DLive and then it just turned off on me. Here we go. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and open the chest again. Anyway, so these guys steal the water tanker, kill the cop, and head off into the wilderness. And of course there's all kinds of area and not a lot of manpower to find them, right? So they brought in like other people from other places, and of course with cop killers, and they were really invested in finding these guys and serving justice, right? So during this whole manhunt, they have no idea where these guys are exactly, right? They have no fix on location or anything. Well, my dad has reported on his radio, whatever, that there's a social worker that had been shot at, or that he'd heard shots or something. And so the social worker calls it in and everything and gets out of there. And so my dad, it was this spot where he was at called the Swinging Bridge. Okay, and the Swinging Bridge is a bridge over the San Juan River that goes from one side to the other, and underneath there's kind of this bank that's big and open where a lot of people do bonfires. And it's kind of a place where people go and get drunk and stuff, right? So my dad just kind of figured, like, okay, well, they're most likely underneath there. And there's this cliff that's about 40, 50 feet tall up above this area. And so my dad decides to get up on this cliff and kind of see if he can peek down into it. But what he doesn't know is that one of the guys that they're doing the manhunt after, that's a cop killer, was actually camped out with a 308 rifle, which is a pretty large caliber. Like, to put it in perspective, you could kill a moose with a 308, but a 308, it's basically like you hit a human, you're gonna kill a human. Anyway, so this guy's got a 308 scoped in on him about 300 or 400 yards away across the river. Anyway, so he shoots my dad. Okay. And the first shot actually just went clean through the meat of his shoulder, didn't hit any bone or anything. And so at the angle, like, it just passed straight through. And so my dad, of course, he doesn't know where the shot came from, but the training kicks in and you drop down to the ground and find some cover. Well, while he's crawling to cover and almost there, like almost to his vehicle, whatever, then the second shot hits him. And the second shot actually hit him. At this point, he's crawling away, and so it hit him kind of in the ribs on his side and passed through one of his lungs and ricocheted off his spine, actually. Like, he was really lucky that he wasn't paralyzed. But the bullet ricocheted off his spine, and he's just, like that's got him down. He's gonna die kind of thing. Anyway, so there just happened, like, there's a crazy set of circumstances that all pulled together that my dad survived. But he's got another officer that just happened to be in the area that heard the shots and sped on over and managed to get to my dad pretty quickly. There's an ambulance, like, so the nearest hospital is in Blanding, which is about 26 miles away from the Swinging Bridge area. But there happened to be a call that had an ambulance down in Bluff, which is just like 2 or 3 miles away. That they ended up not needing to rush out with the person, like they're able to treat him and they didn't need to take him anywhere. And so the ambulance is actually on its way back to the hospital. Right nearby, so it actually ended up being just a couple miles away. So this other officer finds my dad. At first he doesn't know what's going on, and it took him a moment to realize that my dad was shot and on the ground. But he eventually, recognizes that, calls it in. The ambulance gets there. They get my dad into the ambulance, start filling him up with blood because he's already lost like 5 liters of blood. Which, luckily, he's like a 250-pound guy, right? Like 6'3", 250 pounds, whatever. So he's got a lot of blood pumping in him. And that was one of the things that also helped him out there, was that he did have more blood than the average person. And so when it came to having enough blood to still be alive after as much time had elapsed, then, he had that there still, to where it was enough that he was alive. Anyway, so yeah, they basically transported him to the nearest major hospital, which was like a couple hours of a life flight. They took my mom along with him in the life flight, which of course my mom was like super pregnant, right? And so they did surgery on my dad, and he's in like the ICU and stuff. Well, while he's there, my mom gave birth to my younger brother. So what did that be, his second day in the hospital? Because he shot on June 4th. My brother's born June 6th. Oh no. Yeah. Anyway, so my dad, like, a shot that normally would have killed a person. He not only survived, but didn't have any major complications. Like the bullet hit his spine, like ricocheted off his spine. He's not paralyzed. Yeah, and he's in pretty good health still. He does have a scar on his back that is absolutely massive. So originally, the scar where the second bullet left his body, because it ricocheted inside and slowed down, then it took a lot bigger of a chunk out on the exit wound. And so originally you could fit a full-size boiled egg down in there. But even still, you could probably put a ping pong ball pretty easy down in the scar. And it always weirded me out whenever I scratched his back, because you just have this giant chunk that's just not there. Anyway. So yeah, he survived, he's okay, but he's gone through some pretty heavy stuff as a cop, right? Anyway. Yeah, he actually stayed working as a cop, and eventually, now that he's not there anymore, I think I'm okay telling you this, but he actually eventually worked at the FBI as a victims advocate. And so basically he just helped victims of traumatic crimes, like federal crimes, get the help that they needed. So he'd set them up, he'd talk with them and stuff, but he'd eventually get them set up with a support system of counseling and help them get any medical stuff. When it came to women that had stuff done against them and stuff, he'd transport them to the hospital. Of course, with a lot of times he'd take my mom, because they like to have a female along. Because you can imagine, after having something traumatic like that, a lot of the women weren't exactly comfortable with men. Yeah, anyway. I would much rather have office jobs as well. I could go on for hours and hours about all of my dad's stories, of just the ones that I've heard. And it thoroughly convinced me that I did not want to be a cop or deal with any of that kind of stuff. But yeah, my dad, he's handled it very well, and he's done very well for himself in that field. He's all retired now, though, so he's all done, and he's actually decided that he wants to write a book about some of his experiences, which I feel like that's going to be a very interesting book, because he's got... okay. Yeah, go get your kid to sleep. I'll stop my own story time here. Yeah, anyway. I guess all in all, though, growing up as a kid, I was kind of fueled on some of these stories, because it was my life growing up, that these are some of the things that had happened and everything, so... Yeah, I'll tell you nicer stories next time. Probably one that I need to tell is how I met my wife, because that's a fun one, but... that might be a better one for when we have a few more people in the stream. Well, your father raised you, it sounds like, at least, right? I'm sure your dad did something. I think my dad's stories are a little bit more extreme than most people's, but when I think of him, that's not the reason why I respect him as a father either. The things that mattered most to me were the time that he spent with me as a kid and stuff, and that he did try and be a good dad to me, so... boring isn't exactly a bad thing either. I mean, let's be real, sometimes as a kid, I wish that I didn't have so much crazy stuff going on in my own life. But... I feel like life is never boring, though. I mean, you'd think that being a stay-at-home dad would be boring, but I still have stuff happen. And just like today, the lightning and the fire, that added a nice dose of adrenaline to my day. You haven't even seen a gun in real life? Now that would be something for Europe. I'm the stereotypical American. I own multiple guns and I've gone hunting and shooting and all that kind of stuff, both for sport and for sustenance. I haven't actually killed a deer yet though. Like, I've gone deer hunting so many times, but I've just never, my family, we always did a 3-point rule for the bucks. So they had to be a large enough buck to kill. Like, we didn't want to kill anything that was under a couple of years old, right? So that ended up meaning that I never actually got to kill anything then, because I never actually saw anything that was larger than a spike. At least not during the official hunt. So I'm pretty sure most of my siblings have all gotten a deer, but yeah, in movies you probably haven't even seen the majority of most guns either, because it seems like movies, they really like to go for the military style weapons or like very specific handguns and stuff. Yeah, I have a shotgun, a .22 rifle, and a .30-06 rifle. And both the .22 and the .30-06 are bolt action, and the shotgun is a pump action 12 gauge. But those are actually stored at my dad's house right now because the college that I'm living at doesn't allow guns. So yeah, guns can be fun. I enjoy target practice, but I think I definitely grew up in a more pro-gun kind of setting because my dad was in law enforcement in the military. That was like 4 rockets? Oh yeah, okay, yeah, the rockets. It's like rockets, yeah. You know, it definitely is getting a lot better for the distance. And honestly, even just having it at an unfinished state but big enough to fly in comfortably, that's going to be a huge difference. Just that alone. I probably am going to start grabbing some of these shulkers though. Let's go ahead and clear out this last little strip and then it's onto the diagonal here. And I'm just going to keep on making this corner a little bit easier to work around. Anyway, are you going to get your son Sebastian there to sleep there, Groovehagen? I don't want to be keeping your son from his bedtime. Anyway, I'll just be here working. I don't know, as there might be someone else watching, but they haven't said anything in the chat yet. Might be one of my friends lurking or just some other random person. Okay, well, yeah, go ahead and go there, Groovehagen. I think the stream, I still have a little ways to go here. I'll probably go until about 4 my time, which is about another hour and a half. Oh, Parker's fallen asleep. He was eating lunch, but he just fell asleep at the thing, so I'm just gonna go lay him down. I'll be back too. It's 10:30 for you. Holy cow. Oh, that was too cute. Parker never, ever falls asleep this early. I mean, it's been weeks since his nap time was earlier because he just fights it so hard. And so generally I've been just giving him the, I don't know, like putting him down at closer to 3 after eating. But I put him in his chair to eat right there. And he was just fully nodding off, like ready to just fall asleep in his chair, which is not normal for him. I mean, he was up a little bit earlier this morning, but not by long, I don't think. Anyway, it's a really cute sight seeing him nod off like that. I don't get to see that very often. I took him to his bed too, and he started to wake up just a little bit and then asked for his bunny. Because he always sleeps with a bunny and his water. So he's never been attached to a pacifier or anything like that, which is good. Like, I'm glad that he's not wholly dependent on an item like that. But at least to sleep he is dependent on having his little pacifier, or his little bunny, and his water that he just cuddles. Well, the water he drinks, you know, he doesn't cuddle his, well, I guess he kind of cuddles his water. Not really. Anyway. Oh, is that multiple little guys on chickens there? That's funny. So here's another thing to think about. At the moment, and that's that I did not start making that concrete yet, so I'm gonna have to go do that in a minute. I'm actually getting out a decent distance. I'm going to want to get these kind of put out and get some edges on it though before I start clearing up above me too much. Start doing this. And without the gas, this is almost relaxing, just mining in the nether. I mean, if you have a peaceful nether that's reasonably peaceful, then it's kind of nice to just sit here and mine. I mean, I don't like the lava spills that happen periodically, but I mean, it's the nether, so you can't have it perfect, right? But that's pretty good for one little stream here. Wow. Okay, let's grab these and take them down with us. Oh, I did not finish out that last little bit there. Okay, let's start getting these then, I guess. Oh, seriously? So I just gotta go back over the entire area to go collect all of this. And I still miss like one every so often. Okay, let's just go down to the other end first then. Oh boy. Oh poop, oh poop, oh poop. Okay, let's get back up here, and looks like I need to put a little bit of a rail over here. Holy cow. Yeah, I just about killed myself. I don't know, I probably wouldn't have died, but it's definitely not a fun experience falling in lava, and I've definitely died enough that way before that I don't want it to happen again. It's empty. What the heck? No, come on. There we go. I don't know how I'm so bad at this game. Okay, where's that one block? Here we go. Okay, I'm gonna walk the rest of the way so I can hopefully fly most of the way back. Man, I am brutal. Using zombie pigmen for their gold. Dum, 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 dum. or crying. I'm gonna give it a minute though. See if he goes back to sleep. He was really tired. I might need to just check on him, but that wasn't as long of a nap as I was. Oh, I'm the cube. Get out of my house. That wasn't quite as much of a nap as I thought he was gonna get, so let's... Sounds like he did quiet back down a bit. Okay, that's pretty gradual. We're gonna get this all the way down so we can fly the entire way. No way, it's even big enough for a ghast inside here. I mean, I guess he was on that entrance, but still, like... Ooh, that was kinda dangerous there. Looks like I'm gonna need to be starting to grab some of that stone, getting it ready to go. This also is missing a good portion. Go. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and fly back for the time being. If I can get off the ground. Oh, poop. Okay, well that is a good corner. If I wouldn't have taken that so tight, then I would have been just fine there. My wings are good for a while. Oh boy. How awesome. I love having tunnels big enough to fly through. Like, I still got a long ways to go. But even having it this much done is gonna be huge. Just being able to fly the entire way, you know, like not having to stop for anything. And I think we will try and turn this into like a... How funny would that be if we did make it a highway? See, I don't want to use nether bricks because they can spawn certain types of mobs. But literally, it could be anything as long as I had enough black dye, but the black dye is going to be hard to obtain now. I do have black sheep. Oh, that's insane though, like that's so much... That would be fun though, because having carpets and... Okay, that could require a whole nother set of a sheep farm nearby though. Oh, that was pretty sweet. Yeah, because this is wide enough to start spawning gas now, and that is not a good thing. Oh, beautiful. Oh, here we go. Here's the next portion. Whew. Oh, there's a ghast right there. Yeah, take that, you jerk. Okay, well I'm gonna need to finish up to this end anyway, so let's I think stone brick, it's still a fine idea. But we're gonna have to go ahead and oh, there we go. Okay. So let's take these on back out. At least the ones that are full. Okay, we got stuff. These do not have anything, so I'm going to put down the empty ones back in here. Okay, that's the last one. Go ahead and toss this into the system again. Okay. But you know what? Here we go. This is a bunch of gravel, so I'm going to grab all the gravel out of here. And I should probably grab that iron ore too. Any more gravel here? Nope. Okay, let's head on back over to the cactus farm then. Oh boy. Okay, I'm gonna need to figure out where the gravel goes for the time being. This will just dump into the system here. And all of these. Now I have another rack in them that I need to get out. Okay, so is Groovhagen coming back? That's the question here. Because I'm not really sure one way or the other what he's doing. Let's go ahead and grab some resources though. I keep on trying to decide what to do and then not doing it, and now I'm just messing around. And okay, so we want smooth stone, whatever, it does not matter, I don't think, so I'm just going to go ahead and grab some of this. And we'll just start placing it down in that tunnel. I'm going to head and go use the restroom though. So while I'm in a safe location, I'll go ahead and use the restroom and then head back down into the nether and start placing some of this stuff. Okay. And back now. Looks like we have some daylight left still, so let's just go ahead and start. So everything starts with a good base, and the base of this is just going to be some of these stone bricks. This smooth stone is easy enough to make, actually. It's just cooking normal stone. And I have some good systems for doing that in place at the moment. Oh, I think someone is awake. Oh, this is not quite 7 wide. It's 6. I need it to be 1 more wide. Oh, no way. Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to start doing that. Pulling that out. So I'm thinking about this. Let's do every 5th. So if I put 1 here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Boom, 1 on that level. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And boom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Boom. That way we can at least start getting some light here to hopefully keep stuff from spawning as well. And to light up this tunnel. Because if I am going to put down carpet, then that's one of the easiest ways to do that, is just have some light underneath the carpets as well. 5, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it looks like I still need to do quite a bit of expanding, because I messed that up and didn't go out far enough. Like, I didn't make it wide enough for one. Okay, well maybe I'm just going to be doing this for the next while. I'll maybe give it 10 more minutes. See if we get any more people watching, but if not, then I think I'll probably just go ahead and end the stream. I kind of want to go back and find where that lightning strike was too and listen to that, because it was such a loud noise. And I'm pretty sure I know how to find it on time. Like, I should be able to at least get it within like 10 minutes or something. Do I dare piss off all of the zombie pigmen by killing a guy to get him out of my way? Okay, well, I'm too impatient. It's only been 4 minutes instead of 10, but I think I'm going to call it there. I'm really, really curious about hearing that noise, seeing if it's very audible in the stream. So I'm going to go ahead and call it there. But thanks anyone for being here, especially in this stream. Dictendo and Groovehagen, you guys were awesome. Thank you for the donations, guys. I will see you guys next time. I'll probably be streaming